Good morning. So I'm Lithuanian Defence Minister, and one of the main messages that I hope will be clearly conveyed today, that we do have to go from air police to air defense, but we have to ensure that countries on the border with Russia and Belarus have to have enough resources and flexibility, speed of reaction and pooling of resources for air defense on the border is a priority for all of the alliance. Now, another message is that agreements of Hague Summit have any meaning only if they are up to date. We do not really need 5% for defense in 10 years or in 15 years. We do need them now. Lithuania has more than 4% this year, and we are going to have well over 5% since next year, because we understand that we are racing against time. And the first day that the front in Ukraine stops badly, that means that we will have to count not years, but months until crisis reaches us. So talking about Ukraine, Lithuania is going to contribute $30 million to Pearl today. We can transfer this money today if needed. And we're really hoping that the next package will be formed as soon as possible.
Madam Minister, Secretary General Rutte has said that Russian planes should be guided gently out of NATO airspace. Do you think that's an appropriate adverb?
Well, wording gently, I think, is very diplomatic. But in the current situation, of course, we have to send a very clear message that our airspace is our airspace. Yes, in certain situations, maybe pilots do get lost. Maybe things like that happen, like ships in the shadow fleet get lost over the cables and accidentally cut them. So we have a lot of confusion and a lot of inability to track their own actions from Russia. I hope you understand that this is irony. But in current situation, what we already have ability to neutralize objects in our airspace that pose danger to our citizens. When we talk about Gerberas or Shaheds, the drones that are armed or that can be armed, we need to take precautions and we need to react swiftly. Lithuania has changed legislation to ensure that there is no need for political permission for each time that an object needs to be neutralized. As a minister, I issued an order that Air Force can make that decision without waiting for political decisions. Also closing airspace so that civil objects, civilian objects are removed, and that NATO pilots, that fighter jets can do their job without fear to damage civilian objects is done also in Lithuania. I'm hoping that all other countries will ensure that caveats or exceptions that prevent immediate reaction by our Air Force are removed as fast as possible. Nobody can have time in the sky for political negotiations.
Which actions do you expect from the US today when it comes to the use of long-range missiles for Ukraine and Russian targets?
I think this is something that we are all awaiting for a very long time. For Russia, strategic dilemmas is their tool, is their weapon. Russia is very good at creating strategic dilemmas for us. Are we finally ready to create strategic dilemmas for Russia? And strategic dilemma is not less reward or more reward. Strategic dilemma is more pain or less pain. And therefore, until Russia does not feel that they will suffer consequences of their war of aggression that would impair their ability to expand their military power, until then, everything else is just talk.
How do we make those consequences when we've been trying to hurt Russia since the start of the war?
There is a result, as you see. Their economy really does experience quite a lot of challenges. Percentage of federal budget which goes to military needs would not be sufferable for any normal country, for any democratic country. But we still have influx of cash through other countries. enablers of Russian war. So therefore, secondary sanctions really need to be full scale and really high enough. The price has to be high enough. But secondly, as you mentioned, ability to strike deep in the Russian territory to prevent murder of Ukrainian citizens, that is another dilemma that has to be resolved. Also, our trainings, our ability to demonstrate our readiness to take on certain actions if we need to defend ourselves. So we've had certain exercises just recently, such as exercise Neptune, which showed very clearly that in the Baltic Sea, we are going to take action that is necessary to defend our citizens proactively.
How do you estimate President Trump's efforts on Belarus? Is it still possible to make it neutral, or it will stay part of aggression?
Well, Belarus has been very actively cooperating in annihilating Ukraine. And I'm not talking only about providing their airspace and their territory for Russian troops, being a point from which attacks against Ukraine are ongoing. But let's remember how Ukrainian children kidnapped from Ukraine, they were brought to Belarus. Did Belarus give them back to Ukraine? No, they helped to transfer them to Russia. So therefore, I do not see now anything that would show that Belarus is not an active and conscious, gang member of Russian aggression.
The Baltic states have been engaged in the Pearl Initiative, but we see a bit less contributions from the south of Europe. So what are you going to tell your counterparts from south of Europe today? Why is it important that they make their contributions?
As I said, Alliance is currently in the situation where the moment that the front in Ukraine stops, we will start counting months, not years, until we have next much more challenging crisis for the NATO alliance. And that means that we're all in the same boat. So everyone has to help the states on the border. Everyone has to help Ukraine. Otherwise, nobody is going to be safe. We understand that the moment that incursion into NATO territory happens, economy of NATO will plummet. Stability of all the European Union will be void. It will stop to exist. So therefore, I think that we will have discussions that would be fruitful. I understand domestic policy, national policy fights, they are always very difficult. Budget usually is, a bloodbath. But nevertheless, this is a difficult choice we need to make. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, media representatives. Today is an important day after The Hague. The defense ministers of NATO are meeting. Today also have a meeting among the European Union ministers as well. So it once more underlines the importance of cooperating, of synergy between two institutions, between the EU and NATO. It is important that we invest in military industry in Europe, actually to achieve the NATO military targets, capability targets. So that's why investment is crucial. What we have decided in The Hague, it must be also implemented. So the implementation stage is important. Latvia is doing its homework. Already we agreed that next year's budget will be almost 5% from our GDP, and 2027 it's more than 5%, so we are moving to implementing all those capability targets. The second important aspect, what we will be discussing today, of course, everything which is related to air defense. So air defense is crucial, so that's why Eastern Sentry, the NATO Eastern Sentry, is instrumental in providing also additional assets, but it's also about national activities. So nationally, it is important to build a especially system which is able to deal with drones, to counter drones. So detection, the countermeasures, and also integration command chains are absolutely crucial in this regard. Latvia has introduced acoustic detection system, one of the first such ones. So of course for us, the eastern flank, the eastern border, we must remember it's not just Latvia's eastern border, but it's also the external border of EU and NATO. Last but not least, always support for Ukraine. The Latvia provides 0.25%. We are contributing to Pearl initiative. So that's why those initiatives where we can buy and where we can acquire and additionally provide equipment for Ukrainian side is absolutely crucial. Latvia is also co-leading drone coalition, so drones are still remain as crucial asset in the warfare. Yes, absolutely. Already we have stated it together, 3 Baltic countries, that we have to move from the Baltic air policing to air defense mission. In many ways, we already have achieved the air policing plus, Baltic air policing plus mission. What does it mean? It means that already last year, after the very serious incidents in our skies, when also the incident happened on Latvian soil, when Russian drone crashed, we immediately engaged actively with NATO, and the fighter jets, Baltic air policing was also ready to take off, also to address and to potentially counter those objects in the skies, also potentially if they are drones.
What do you...
Clear to you, should it be harmonised among the allies?
Once more?
The rules of engagement among NATO allies, should they be harmonised?
Of course, it is important that we are always on the same page, that we are all on the same page strategically, that we are willing and also able to deal specifically under specific circumstances. And that's why, yes, we have different nations being part of Baltic air policing. So, of course, it is important that it's really also synergized and synchronized among the nations as well.
What do you respond to concerns that a shift from air policing to air defense would mean that we are no longer in peace operating times?
We are not formally at war, but we are not operating at peace times. Let's be also realistic on this one. We are absolutely facing the hybrid warfare activities, the cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, weaponization of legal migration, the incidents against critical infrastructure, and what we see recently, violation of airspace. So we cannot call it that we are living at peacetime. So that's why we should respond also adequately. And Baltic air policing, which is now our plus, which would be rebranded, reframed as a Baltic defense, it would reflect those new realities, already not so new realities, but generally those geopolitical realities, first of all. And second, of course, it would also provide additional aspects how we engage under specific circumstances. So that's why, yes, we should move forward with Baltic defense mission.
Why is the use of American Tomahawk so crucial for Ukraine right now?
Well, every weaponry is crucial for Ukraine, weaponry which is also able to hit targets on aggressor soil. And these are legitimate targets, military bases, production lines. So certainly as Russia bombs, assaults civil infrastructure and kills civilians, for the Ukraine it is also a legitimate right to hit the military targets. So, because this is also self-defense. So that's also what NATO is absolutely projecting, that in any circumstances, if any scenario, we would be also willing and able to hit with deep strikes. And absolutely, this is the important part of defense and important part of deterrence in this case. And I think this would be also important part of Ukrainian defense and deterrence. Don't hit our targets because we can hit you back. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, good morning everybody. Bonjour, goedemorgen. Oui, tout va bien, absolument. So, my new airplane, it's great. It's great. We have 3. We wanted to have 4, but the 4th is coming. No, I'm very happy to announce today that we will sign an agreement with the Netherlands to have more missile defense system. It will be the NASAMS system, Norwegian system. We will buy NASAMS to protect our skies. And we're totally engaged within Eastern Sentry operation. We did a proposal, so we will talk about this today. We will have more anti-drone and detection systems as soon as possible. I will come to the government within 2 weeks with a dossier to buy more and to get them up and running before March next year. So it will go very fast. And I think that's the most important for today. We keep on supporting Ukraine, of course. I'm very happy to see Ukrainian people here at the headquarters, at the entrance, because we will keep on supporting Ukraine. We announced 100 million for the Pearl package, and we will see what we can do even more next coming days. We're having the budget discussion within the Belgian government for the moment. There's not agreement. We had the State of the Union was planned yesterday. We had to postpone it because there's not a deal for the moment within the government for the moment. But hopefully next week we will have an agreement, and then we will also discuss about what we're going to do more and what we can do in 2026 for Ukraine. Support package of 1 billion is on table, like we're doing every year. I think that will be no problem. And then on the frozen assets, it is a discussion that is in the hands of my Prime Minister, so I don't comment on that.
Could you tell us more about Belgium's plans for a dedicated drone unit and drone general?
Our drone general is there. I indicated him. He's the first drone general of the world, I think. So I indicated him, I think, 4 months ago. And I think it was a good decision when you see now what's happening in Ukraine, what you see what's happening in Europe. Last week we were a big economic mission with our princess in California, and then you see what's happening on also AI, on drone, automatic weapons, autonomous weapon systems, and then you know that we need a drone general. So he's a general who made our cyber force. He's a very strong man who created our cyber force after we were attacked by China some years ago. And now he is indicated to be the general for drones, so innovation and drones. So he's leading the task force, and we will come with the first dossier in 2 weeks for the government. So it's going fast, it's going steady, it's going good.
Do you yet know the source of the drones that were seen over Belgium, that were seen over the border near Germany?
Yeah, so the research is still going on. We will see about that. Yeah, that was a big issue, yeah. And it keeps on being an issue in public debate.
The Americans expect more engagement on the Pearl Initiative from European countries. We haven't seen a lot from Southern European countries so far. So are you going to talk with your counterparts about that to motivate them a little bit to contribute more?
Yeah, I think it's the first role to talk is, I think, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Mark Rutte, my good friend. I think is very engaged in talking to them. You have to know that the budget is also very difficult in southern countries, like in Belgium. But it's not my primary task to do that. I'm trying to be a good minister for Belgium, and I'm sure that Mark plays his role as a head of NATO. So Belgium is contributing a lot. We're doing extras, so we really keep on supporting Ukraine as hard as we can. And I understand that when we need also strategic choices to put pressure on Russia, we also need to talk about the South. They're getting a lot of countries in Western Africa in their sphere of influence. There's also an issue, and maybe that can be an issue for the Southern European countries who have a big, long-standing tradition and good relationships in the South. So we have to talk about everything. Everything lies on the table. Everybody has his role. Putting pressure on Russia has to be in a very smart geopolitical way, and we also need to put pressure in the South. Thank you.
National budget discussions are.
Η Ελλάδα συμμετέχει σήμερα στη Σύνοδο των Υπουργών άμυνας του ΝΑΤΟ, έχοντας ένα μακρύ ιστορικό υψηλών επιδόσεων και επενδύσεων στον τομέα της άμυνας. Προχωρούμε με σταθερά βήματα στον εξυγχρονισμό των ενόπλων δυνάμεων, με έξυπνες και μεθοδικές λύσεις, και αυτό αποτελεί μια ευίωνη προοπτική για τα αποτελέσματα της Συνόδου, τα οποία πιστεύουμε ότι θα αποτελέσουν το εφαλτήριο για την προσαρμογή της συμμαχίας στις νέες γεωπολιτικές εξελίξεις, όπως αυτές σήμερα διαγράφονται στην ευρύτερη περιοχή. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Excellencies, may I have your attention, please? If I could ask you to look 5 seconds straight in front of you, please. Thank you. Many thanks.
und geht gestärkt aus den vergangenen Wochen hervor. Wenn Putin unsere Grenzen testet, sei es in Polen, in Estland oder anderswo, dann reagieren wir entschlossen, schnell und effektiv. Und das wird auch in Zukunft so sein. Das haben die Luftraumverletzungen der letzten Wochen gezeigt. Unsere Soldaten der Luftwaffe haben in Tschechow bei der Lagebilderstellung geholfen. Unsere Marine- und Luftwaffesoldaten haben dazu beigetragen, dass der Luftraum in Kopenhagen während des EU-Gipfels Anfang des Monats geschützt werden konnte. Unsere Alarmrotten waren in Polen im Einsatz. Ich habe angewiesen, dass unsere Alarmrotte verdoppelt wird und in höchste Alarmbereitschaft versetzt bleibt. Und das Ganze um mehrere Monate bis Ende des Jahres. Wir haben unsere Alarmrotten von 2 auf 4 Eurofighter verdoppelt. Jetzt steigern wir zusätzlich unsere Beiträge im Rahmen von Baltic Sentry, und zwar unseren Air Policing-Einsatz. Bislang sind wir mit mehreren Eurofightern in Constanța in Rumänien. Künftig sind wir auch mit mehreren Eurofightern in Marburg in Polen. Damit sind wir noch aktiver und noch präsenter und sichtbarer an der Ostgrenze des Bündnisses. Konkret, wir werden mit Patrouillenflügen zum Schutz der Ostflanke beitragen. Und der Chef meiner Luftwaffe sagt mir, er ist sehr stolz darauf, sagen zu können, dass das größte Engagement eines europäischen NATO-Staates zum Schutz des alliierten Luftraums von seiner Luftwaffe kommt. Mark Rutte hat einen Plan zur Stärkung der Drohnenabwehr präsentiert. Angesichts der jüngsten Vorfälle kann man das gar nicht anders als begrüßen. Deutschland wird sich auch hier mit einem sichtbaren Beitrag natürlich beteiligen. Wir wollen vor allem dafür sorgen, dass die vielen Einzelmaßnahmen wie Zahnräder ineinandergreifen. Und auch um das zu bewerkstelligen und zu gewährleisten in den kommenden Jahren, wird Deutschland gemäß der Haushaltsaufstellungspläne in den kommenden Jahren 10 Milliarden für Drohnen aller Art, aller Höhen, Angriffs- und Verteidigungsdrohnen investieren. Die EU-Kommissionspräsidentin von der Leyen wird heute Abend die EU-Flagship-Projekte vorstellen und vorschlagen. Deutschland bietet an, die Führung bei Air Defence Shield zu übernehmen. Putins zunehmend aggressives, hybrides Verhalten zeigt, wir dürfen bei der Stärkung der Verteidigungsbereitschaft nicht einen Moment nachlassen. Deutschland geht hier mit gutem Beispiel voran. Wir erhöhen zum Beispiel die Stückzahlen bei den Flugabwehrkanonen Sky Ranger. Das ist nur eines von vielen Beispielen. Gerade erst letzte Woche hat der Haushaltsausschuss 14 neue Großprojekte freigegeben im Wert von 7 Milliarden Euro. Auch das sieht man wieder, dass die Zahlen der Bewilligungen, der Vorlagen und damit auch der Beschaffungen deutlich hochgehen. Heute legen wir dem Haushaltsausschuss weitere Großvorhaben zur Billigung vor. Gleichzeitig sorgen wir dafür, und das ist eine der großen Herausforderungen der kommenden Jahre, dass unsere Industriekapazitäten weiter ausgebaut werden können und müssen, nicht zuletzt auf der Grundlage eben von mehr Planungssicherheit infolge von längeren Aufträgen. Zum Beispiel tun wir das mit der Munitionsfabrik in Unterlüß, die wir vor einigen Wochen gemeinsam mit Mark Rutte eingeweiht haben. Es ist eine der größten dieser Art in Europa. Sie sehen, wir werden unserer Verantwortung in allen Belangen gerecht. Vielen Dank.
Die Entwicklung eines Plans für die Drohnenabwehr zunächst und im Wesentlichen eine Aufgabe der NATO aus Ihrer Sicht oder eine Aufgabe der Europäischen Union? Und wie beurteilen Sie den Vorstoß der Europäischen Union für ein Projekt, das mit dem Namen Drohnenwall benannt worden ist?
Natürlich ist die physische Verteidigung des NATO-Territoriums zuallererst Aufgabe der NATO und ihrer Mitgliedstaaten. Daran ändert sich nichts. Aber jeder Beitrag, der auch von der Europäischen Union kommt und der ja in der Regel über Mitgliedsbeiträge der EU-Mitgliedstaaten finanziert wird, ist willkommen, vor allen Dingen, wenn er dazu beiträgt, die Interoperabilität und die Koordinierung zu verbessern. Und in diesem Sinne ist jeder Vorstoß willkommen.
Herr Minister, wird es für die deutschen Jets, die jetzt bei Eastern Sentry eingesetzt wird, irgendwelche Einsatzvorbehalte geben? Und wenn ja, was für welche sind das?
Also Sie können davon ausgehen, dass unsere Piloten die Rules of Engagement sehr genau kennen. Und ich werde jetzt nicht öffentlich über irgendwelche Sondereinsatzrichtlinien referieren. Das verbietet sich, weil dann könnte ich sie ja auch per Mail nach Moskau schicken. Aber die Piloten wissen genau, was sie in welcher Situation zu tun haben, um zu deeskalieren oder um eben auch angemessen reagieren zu können.
Herr Minister, eine
wie berechtigt halten Sie die Sorge, dass diese nationalen Vorbehalte jetzt nicht nur von Deutschland tatsächlich die NATO-Reaktionsfähigkeit beeinträchtigen
Dafür
können?
gibt es überhaupt gar keine Anzeichen, dass das passiert. Ich kenne die Äußerungen dazu, aber ich sehe dafür gar keine Anhaltspunkte. Die Piloten wissen, was zu tun ist, das NATO-Kommando weiß, was zu tun ist. Also wir sind jederzeit handlungsfähig und ich mache mir darüber ehrlich gesagt keine Sorgen.
Der Gesetzentwurf zum neuen Wehrdienst wurde ja von Ihnen und Herr Merz feierlich vorgestellt. Seither versucht eigentlich die Union, ihn zu verändern. Inwieweit sind Sie irritiert durch diese Versuche oder inwieweit wünschen Sie sich denn einen Rückhalt von Herrn Merz?
Also Herr Merz und ich haben, ich weiß nicht ob feierlich, aber zumindest angemessen den Kabinettsbeschluss zum neuen Wehrdienst Ende August vorgestellt. Ich bin keineswegs irritiert über irgendwelche Positionen, die vertreten werden. Das ist das normale Verfahren. Wir reden über ein Thema, das auch in der Gesellschaft ja durchaus umstritten ist, mit unterschiedlichen Perspektiven betrachtet wird. Von daher ist das erstmal völlig normal. Die Einbringung war vor einer Woche vorgesehen, ist verschoben worden auf morgen. Morgen wird sie mit dem Gesetzentwurf stattfinden, den der Bundeskanzler und ich nach der Kabinettsentscheidung vorgestellt haben. Und dann beginnt das Verfahren. Dann wird wird man diskutieren müssen über die Wünsche, die Vorstellungen, die alle Seiten haben, welche rechtlichen Möglichkeiten oder Hinderungsgründe bestehen. Für mich ist entscheidend, und dafür werbe ich bis heute und werbe ich auch ab morgen, wenn das parlamentarische Verfahren seinen Anfang nimmt. Es muss ein Gesetzentwurf sein, der erstens zum 1. Januar in Kraft tritt und der idealerweise alle Bedingungen erfüllt, die dafür Sorge tragen, dass erstens die Freiwilligkeit funktioniert, also die Attraktivität, so wie avisiert, auch wirklich funktioniert und greift. Und dass zweitens wir die volle Einsatzfähigkeit herstellen, sowohl durch den Aufwuchs der aktiven Truppe, das ist aber vorrangig nicht das Ziel des neuen Wehrdienstmodells, und durch das Aufwachsen der Reserve. Und drittens, und das ist mindestens genauso wichtig, müssen wir einen Umklappmechanismus haben, keinen Automatismus. Der ist in meinem Gesetzentwurf angelegt, nämlich dass wir dann, sobald die freiwilligen Zahlen nicht ausreichen, im Kabinett entscheiden können, mit Zustimmung des Bundestages dann auch eine Teil- oder eine ganze Wehrpflicht, letzteres wohl eher kaum, wieder in Kraft zu setzen mit den entsprechenden Einzelheiten, die dazu noch gefunden werden müssen. Also eigentlich geht es darum, ein Gesetz zu machen. Darüber gibt es unterschiedliche Auffassungen, wie das passieren kann, welches der beste Weg ist. Und darüber wird ganz normal im parlamentarischen Verfahren diskutiert werden. Und unser Ziel muss sein, zum 1. Januar das Gesetz in Kraft treten zu sehen.
Herr Minister, unterstützen Sie das Vorhaben?
Vielleicht eine Rückfrage. Sie haben eben von Baltic Sentry gesprochen in Bezug auf die Luftraumüberwachung. Ich vermute, Sie meinten Eastern Sentry.
Eastern Sentry, habe ich Baltic gesagt? Ja, Eastern Sentry, ja.
Und können Sie noch mal sagen, wie viele Flugzeuge werden dann zusätzlich eingesetzt werden?
Nee, das kann ich Ihnen jetzt aus dem Kopf nicht sagen. Es wird ein revolvierendes Modell sein. Wir haben 4 zunächst in Rostock-Lage für das Air Policing über dem Baltikum. Und wir werden im polnischen Bereich ebenfalls, aber das wird sich gegenseitig auch doppeln.
Herr Minister, unterstützen Sie das mögliche Vorhaben der USA, auch Tomahawks an die Ukraine zu liefern? Und würde Deutschland sich im Rahmen von Pearl auch an der Finanzierung beteiligen?
Das werden wir entscheiden, wenn die Entscheidung zur Entscheidung vorliegt.
Herr Minister, was sagen Sie den Regierungen in Spanien, Italien, Frankreich, wenn es um den Kauf von amerikanischen Waffen geht?
Ich habe den letzten Teil nicht verstanden.
Was sagen Sie den Regierungen in Frankreich, Spanien, Italien, wenn es um den Kauf von amerikanischen Waffen geht?
Wir sind alle einer Meinung. Es gibt Waffen und Systeme und Ersatzteile, die gibt es nur in den USA zurzeit. Und wir sind froh, dass wir sie kaufen können. Und das wird im Rahmen von Pearl auch weiter passieren. Das haben die Ankündigungen heute Morgen ergeben.
Vielen Dank, wir müssen leider weiter. Der nächste Termin
Danke, tschüss.
Danke.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start with a statement from the Secretary General and followed with your questions.
Yes, good afternoon again. We saw each other this morning. We have just concluded our meeting of NATO Defence Ministers. And this was the first meeting since the summit in The Hague. We discussed current challenges to our security, as well as our capacity and resolve to address them. Last month, NATO met drones and jets violating our airspace with quick and decisive action that ensured the security of Allied territory. These incidents highlighted the effectiveness of our deterrence and defence posture, while also providing impetus to improve it further. Under the initiative of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Europe, we have stepped up our vigilance and enhanced our posture in the Baltic Sea. We recently launched Eastern Sentry, which adds strength and flexibility to our posture across and along the eastern flank, or wherever needed, whenever needed. I think it is truly impressive to see the speed and determination with which allies have made additional military resources available, and I want to thank them for that. And today we have agreed to further step up, building our capacity to act on the commitments made in The Hague to invest more in defence. Defence ministers discussed the planning underway as allies chart a credible path to sustainability in terms of the increased investments in defence. We also discussed our deterrence and defence posture and some of the ways in which we are innovating to deal with new and novel challenges, including those posed by drones. As a result, NATO will implement a number of additional counter-drone measures that will build on and expand and accelerate our ability to counter drones. Earlier this month, 9 allies came together along with Ukraine to support Denmark's ability to counter potential drone threats. I think this is a powerful example of the quick and effective cooperation that is made possible through NATO. We will build on this model as we respond to hybrid threats, including from drones, and continue to develop our mechanisms for allies to share their capabilities and expertise in times of need. As we speak, in the context of Eastern Sentry, we are testing integrated systems that will help us detect, track, and neutralize aerial threats. Innovation and adaptation are in this alliance's DNA. In this vein, we will continue to learn from and cooperate with Ukraine, speed up our own innovation, deepen cooperation with the private sector, and more. Through rigorous and iterative cycles of tests, trials, and exercises, we will bring new technologies and capabilities to bear. We will use our procurement mechanisms to support allies to develop and quickly source cost-effective capabilities. And we will continue to work closely with the EU, building on our unique strength as we support the security of our skies in concert with both military and civilian stakeholders. And all of this will build on our experience and expertise and contribute to our collective defence. NATO is a defensive alliance. We will remain a defensive alliance, but make no mistake. This defensive alliance is ready and willing to do what it takes to keep our 1 billion people safe and our territory secure. Today, ministers reaffirmed that we are increasing investment in defence, enhancing defence production, and stepping up our support to Ukraine. Our military has the tools and the authorities required to do the job, and we continue to train and to adapt as needed. We don't engage in tit-for-tat exchanges, but we can and do take necessary steps to defend and protect our own, to increase costs on those who might test us, and to make clear to any potential adversary that our resolve is unshakable. As we continue to ensure our own defense, we continue to support Ukraine. Their security is linked with ours. This is not just words, but is reflected in the support we give to Ukraine. Thanks to funding from allies, We are providing Ukraine with critical US equipment through the Prioritized Ukraine Requirement List, or PEARL. It is getting Ukraine the US weapons it really needs to protect its people and to hold the front line. We started off even strong with 6 allies funding the first PEARL packages. And today we heard from ally after ally about new contributions. More than half of NATO allies have now signed up, securing this crucial flow of support for Ukraine. This and other direct military support for Ukraine is so vital to our security that it counts toward NATO's defense spending target. This support will continue. Defense Minister Schmierhal joins us for a meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council today, as did EU High Representative Kaja Kallas. And later this afternoon there will be a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. We all support the effort led by the United States to bring an end to the war against Ukraine and secure a just and lasting peace. But day after day, night after night, Russia continues to strike Ukraine, targeting its people and civilian infrastructure, including its energy networks, as winter approaches, leaving people without heat, light and water. Our support for Ukraine is crucial, and it will continue unabated. Thank you for your attention. Of course, I'm ready to take your questions.
Let's start in the center, third row, BBC.
Thank you.
The mic is coming.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Can I just first of all ask you, but I'm a bit confused about the drone initiative, because the EU is discussing its own drone defence initiative, what some people are calling a drone wall. How is it different what you're doing, and isn't there a danger this is duplication? And my second question is about a hypothetical, which is, we know Donald Trump is meeting President Zelensky in the White House at the end of the week. We know that there's been discussions about Tomahawk cruise missiles. Now, it's not your decision, but would you support the US supplying Ukraine with Tomahawk cruise missiles? And what message do you think that would send to Moscow?
Well, on the second question, I will not go into that, because indeed it is up to individual allies, and saying it is up to individual allies, I should limit myself to the max on commenting on potential decisions by allies. But I can assure you that we are very happy about the meeting taking place, the fact that the American President Trump and the President of Ukraine are working so closely together. Of course, we are supporting Ukraine wherever we can. I myself in constant contact with President Zelensky and President Trump, so I think it is very good that they have that meeting on Friday, because in the end what we need to achieve is to make sure that Putin gets to the table, that meaningful negotiations start, and that we bring this terrible war to an end. And that end has to be lasting. That is why the Europeans have come together to discuss security guarantees, together with Canada and others. That is why it is so important that the US has said we want to be supportive of those security guarantees, of course, only coming into place after a long-term ceasefire / a peace deal. On your first question, I'm so happy you asked that question, because I get it often. And there is no duplication. Let me say it once and for all. The EU and NATO are working hand in hand, closely together. And we both know our strength. NATO's strength is in the capabilities, the military decisions, what you need basically to make sure that when it comes to anti-drone technology, we have what we have in place, what we need to have in place, learning also from the Ukrainians, learning from Pierre von Jay, our Supreme Allied Commander Transformation and his team, all the people in this building working on this, so that we can keep our skies safe. And then the EU has its own strength when it comes to what I would call the soft power of the internal market, bringing defense industry together, making sure that the money is there, and then doing it in such a way that there is maximum access to what they are doing for non-EU countries. And so I'm happy what they are doing. They are happy what we are doing. It is working in conjunction. We are in close contact, and there is no overlap. And I hope that solves that issue.
Okay, we're going to fourth row, Wall Street Journal.
Thank you very much. Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal. If I could follow up on that a little bit.
No, I was so clear.
Drone defense is, as we've seen recently, as much a homeland security issue as it is a military issue. So how is NATO coordinating with homeland security authorities in its member countries to deal with this? Thank you.
Yes, well, of course, in NATO it is always up to individual allies to make sure that they contribute to the overall effort, what they can contribute, and to make sure that the NATO overall effort is providing the umbrella when it comes to innovation and scaling and procurement and everything we can do in terms of speeding up the process. And that, of course, is the strength of NATO. And yes, of course, you could have lengthy debates on whether a drone coming from over the border or a drone somewhere emerging in your own skies, what is different, what is the same, etc. And of course we have those discussions, we are learning from the Ukrainians. To be honest, we are not going to tell you everything, what we know and what we're going to decide, but I can assure you, of course, all of this is part of the discussion.
All right, coming to the second row, the woman in the sparkly vest.
Yeah, my name is Katarina, Kyiv Post.
Hello.
Is there any information on what air defense system can be received by Ukraine soon and to protect our infrastructure, critical infrastructure? Thank you.
Yes, of course, many air defense systems have been delivered to Ukraine over the last 3.5 years of the war, both from Europe as well as from the United States. Basically what we have done now is we know what Ukraine needs to stay strong in the fight. And some of that stuff only the US can provide. For example, these interceptors for Patriot systems. So that's why we have that whole Pearl initiative where allies are buying from the US, from US defense base basically, not only the industry but also the military itself. And the US is providing this in a constant flow and stream of lethal, and in this case, when it comes to air defense, non-lethal support for Ukraine. And of course also Europeans active here. We know the Italians and the French and the Germans have their own anti-missile systems, and I cannot go into all the details what they have or have not delivered to Ukraine. But probably you have heard the Ukrainian leadership talk about it in the past, so there is a fair amount of transparency, I think, there. And they are also working on making sure that they have what they need to make sure that those systems stay relevant and can do what they need to do. And it has to work in conjunction. But a lot of this has to come from the US, because it's unique, but unique military support which only the US can provide. And that's why we need that Pearl initiative, this list of what Ukraine needs, which only the US can provide, paid for by allies. And today, as I said, over half of allies now have signed up. We had 6 originally, the Dutch, the Germans, the Canadians, the Swedes, the Norwegians and the Danes. And today, I can tell you, it's over half of all allies. And you know there are 32, so there's more than 16.
Coming over here, second row, the woman in the second seat.
Hello, Christina Popeshoy, Radio Free Europe Moldovan Service. Continuing the drones topic, I'm wondering what NATO can do for its partner, Republic of Moldova, which is increasingly in this situation with a lot of threats from the Russian drones, and the country has almost no ability to respond to these threats. So we saw the today announcement of the UK government that they are intending to send to Moldova some experts to help the country to fight with Russian drones. But I'm wondering if there are some other measures discussed at NATO level. And also in this context, I would like to ask you, how do you assess the increase of the Russian, of the exercise of the Russian troops in the Transnistrian region, also related to these drone exercises?
Yeah, of course, this was not in-depth debated today, but I can generally assure you that there's a close cooperation between the EU and Moldova, between NATO and Moldova. Maya Sandu, myself, we know each other for many years now. I'm an admirer of her leadership. And wherever she feels that we can be of help, we try to help. And that can be NATO as a whole, it can be individual allies stepping up. But also here, let me not go into too many details, because we are a democracy. This is an open press conference. I know that Vladimir Putin always tunes in to these moments, listening to what I'm saying, so I don't want to make him too wise.
All right, we're going to come to the center here, third row. Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Third row.
Okay.
Thanks for the question. Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung.
Good to see you.
My understanding is that you have presented today a plan to the allies how to strengthen defense against intruding drones. It was not so clear from your initial remarks. That's why I'm coming back to this issue. If that is correct, could you please provide a little bit more detail of what that plan entails? For instance, would it also protect member states that are not at the eastern flank? We've seen such drone incursions in Copenhagen, in Munich, and elsewhere. And what you said about no duplication with the EU, you are always implying that the ambition of the EU is only to strengthen the defense sector and basically provide funding. But clearly we know, and we will see it from the roadmap they are going to present, that they are developing plans on their own. They've called it flagships. It entails drone wall, an eastern flank watch. And these are detailed proposals that have not been developed by NATO. So are you willing to adapt them? Or are you willing to adapt them? Or are you saying, no, we are doing this planning?
On that second question, obviously, the EU is doing a lot of stuff, we're doing a lot of stuff. We will make sure that it all works to speed up each other's initiatives, making use of each other's strength. And I've been in so many of these European Union Council meetings with the EU leaders in my previous role. The EU has an enormous capacity to bring together the relevant players, the power to make sure that if things really are necessary, that the money is there, that the industry is there. Look what happened during COVID, other moments in recent history where the EU was stepping up and making sure that its convening power, its organizing power was used to the max. And obviously when you do that, you cannot stop at saying we have a drone problem and now we just bring the industry. No, of course you also have to think about what that means in technical terms. But on that side, we work completely in conjunction. So the Supreme Allied Commander is in close contact with Kaja Kallas and her team, and we are all working with Andrius Kubilius, the Defense Commissioner. So nobody in the EU and nobody in NATO, we have enough on our plates. We don't want to do anything the other is better at doing. I can really assure you. And here, of course, we are very much also helped by the fact that Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, is herself a former defense minister of Germany. So she knows her stuff, you could say. And I love working with her. And we never had issues when it comes to this division of labor. On your first question, of course, first of all, we have, let's say, the air policing as it was. And that's still there. But now we have Eastern Sentry, which, when it comes to the whole eastern flank, has the ambition to ramp up our defense against any incursions. And as I said in my introductory remarks, yes, that is the eastern flank, but basically whenever and whatever, when it is in the air, we have to be vigilant. And then we have, as part of Eastern Sentry, the acknowledgement that with the drones coming into Poland, where we were already working on drones, it even basically has motivated us to do even more and faster and speedier to make sure that when it comes to these drones, we have more to take them out than very costly missiles, as the Dutch F-35s did in Poland, but that we also have other means which are less costly. This is why we are bringing together these various initiatives, all under this heading of Eastern Sentry and part of Eastern Sentry. And that includes a few elements already mentioned, procurement. It brings together things like speeding up innovation, testing systems. As I mentioned, we are already testing some of these systems now on the eastern flank and as we speak. So we are really ramping up and doing that quite speedily, also making use of all the knowledge from Ukraine. We have JTEC, this joint center with Ukraine and NATO in Poland, where we capture all the lessons from the war. And yeah, Ukraine, of course, is I think #1 in the world now when it comes to drone technology and anti-drone technology. So we can learn from them, as they supported also Denmark when they were confronted with these drones 2 weeks ago in the run-up to these big European meetings in Copenhagen.
All right, we're very short on time, so we'll just have time for one or two more questions. We'll come to the front and center here, the woman in the red jacket.
Charlie Hancock, the Moscow Times, independent Russian media in exile in the Netherlands. We know that one of the hallmarks of Russian hybrid warfare is ambiguity about who is responsible, to make attribution difficult and also give the Kremlin some plausible deniability. But we also know from whether it be in the Baltic Sea or the fact that many of the FPV drone sightings over military sites and civilian infrastructure in Western Europe either remain unattributed or they took a very long time for an investigation to be carried out. So how can NATO ensure a decisive response to deter future hybrid warfare from Russia whilst maintaining the credibility not only of its response but of its intelligence?
Well, step one is to acknowledge the fact that we are 25 times bigger than Russia. The overall NATO economy is 50 trillion to 2 trillion for Russia. It's not bigger than the state of Texas, not bigger than the combined economies of the Netherlands and Belgium. Of course, with a nuclear capability. So I would not compare it completely with Belgium and the Netherlands. But obviously, let's not overstate what Russia is capable of. And we know that their fighter jet pilots are famously not successful in steering these fighter jets, and their captains do not know how to lower an anchor. So, given all the stuff they create on the seabed. Of course, what you're rightly saying is that it is famously difficult to assess whether something is intentional. Of course, you always should look into that. But when it comes to the airspace incursions in Poland and the MiG-31s in Estonia, whether it was intentional or not, it was anyway reckless. It was anyway unacceptable. And then what I want to do is to assess after this situation has ended, whether we reacted as we should react. And we did. And you know why? Because we do this over 70, 80 years already. With the Soviets, with the Russians, with the Yeltsin and with Putin. Putin before 2010 and the Putin when he came back and started to radicalize even further. So we have trained and prepared for this. This is exactly what we did when this situation happened. And that means that we are not going to take down an airplane in NATO airspace if it does not pose a threat. But if it poses a threat, I can assure you that our military people have all the authorities they need to make sure that that plane immediately does not pose a threat anymore. And then you know what I mean. And I think that is important. And the Russians know this. So I would say, let's trust our military. They have the best stuff. They're very well trained. We've done this for over 50, 60, 70 years. We know how to do this. And let's not take the Russians too seriously. Then your question could be, but then why do you need to spend more on defense? Because if you have a dictator willing to sacrifice 1 million people in the war in Ukraine, this year only gaining very incremental successes in the Donbass, I think below 1% or 0.5% of territory, if you're willing to do that, you have to be sure that you are well prepared for that guy if he moves against NATO, if he would do that. I don't know whether he will, but if he would, that we are prepared. That is why we are doing it, and he is spending 40% of a state budget on defense. So we take it seriously. But we are very well trained and prepared, and that is why I think we can afford to look at all of this with some calm and some determination.
All right, final question. The woman standing in front of the cameras.
Thank you, Ms. Zoe Ford for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. An Australian high-tech surveillance aircraft has just wrapped up a 3-month mission, including to assist with Eastern Sentry. How important has it been to have that aircraft as part of your efforts there, and would you like to see more effort, more contributions from Australia and the Asia-Pacific?
Well, let's be absolutely clear on this. Australia and New Zealand and Japan and South Korea, the Republic of Korea, we work very closely together with them. In NATO parlor, the IP4, the Indo-Pacific 4. And you know why? Because we acknowledge that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific cannot be seen as two separate theaters. They are combined with North Korea and China supporting Russia's war effort, Iran supporting Russia's war effort. Let's not be naive about this. And we know that, as I said before, if China would do anything against Taiwan, most likely that Putin will be forced by Xi Jinping to move against NATO. So we have to stand ready, we have to work together, we have to train together, we have to procure together, we have to make sure when it comes to intelligence, etc., etc. Not Article 5, we are not going to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. But this very practical cooperation is really crucial. And I highly value that relationship with your proud nation, but also with New Zealand, Japan and the Republic of Korea. Shall we do one more question and then? Yeah?
Okay, very good. I will finish on the fourth row, Reuters.
Much. Sabine Siebold with Reuters. President Trump threatened to slap tariffs on Spain for refusing to meet the defense spending goal of 5%. Is that justified in your opinion? And the second question, you were talking about the Pearl Initiative. President Zelensky was hoping to have reached commitments of 3.5 billion by now. You stand at 2 billion euros or dollars. At the moment, there's quite a few NATO allies who haven't joined up to the initiative. What's your message to these allies?
When it comes to Pearl, I'm really confident that we have the support from allies to buy from what the Americans can provide in lethal and non-lethal aid. So the 6 nations are mentioned, Germany, Canada, Netherlands, and Sweden, Denmark, Norway. They provided the first 2 billion. And as I said today, nation after nation committed to Pearl. Some of these commitments we expected because I've been on the phone a lot myself and others to discuss this with nations and explain why this is so important. But also some come up today saying, hey, we are going to sign up. So now we are over half. And that means that I'm really confident that the stream of defensive support from the US, the equipment they can deliver, lethal and non-lethal, that we can make sure that the bills will be paid by allies. On the first question, President Trump has been extremely important to make the NATO summit into a success. I've said before, without him, we would never have come to this outcome of 5%, including the 3.5% core defense spending. If anyone would think that without Trump being President of the United States, we would have gotten there, I think that's extreme naivety. It is really thanks to him that we did. And for 2 reasons, because we have to reach the capability targets, and we need them to, if Article 5 is triggered, that we can do whatever we need to do to fight off the adversary attacking us, if it is Russia or terrorism or whatever. But also because now we equalize with the US. So he is really pushing for that. I'm pushing for that. The good thing is that in The Hague we had unanimity. All 32, total unanimity. Spain totally agreeing to the capability targets. So I think that is important to note. Thank you so much. Now we have to prepare for the Ukraine Defense Contact Group.
Indeed. Thank you so much.
Yes. Only the half. Only the half. Okay.
hier ist der Hammer und am Ende schiebst du den Hammer zurück.
Ja, am Ende der Sitzung.
Ganz am Ende, weil er schließt dann die Sitzung bei den Closing Remarks.
From the beginning. Never a doubt.
So, Dennis, John, Pete, Mark, my friends, in the first place, I would like to congratulate to our friend and partner, Dennis, to his 5th anniversary. Congratulations and all the best for you and for the years to come, and for good cooperation and steady health. Welcome once again to the 31st UDCG meeting. Mark, thank you very much for your hospitality again, your constant support, and for the reception at NATO headquarters. We continue to see a Russia with no discernible intention of bringing this war to an end. Even if Russia has gained some territory, it has paid dearly with enormous losses. An estimated 300,000 Russian casualties since the start of the year is a horrible price for this inhumane and illegal war of aggression. At the same time, we are seeing the brave Ukrainian defenders noticeably delay movements along the front lines. Moscow tries to mask its failures by terrorizing Ukrainian cities with massive air raids and provoking NATO with airspace violations. My friends, we should not allow ourselves to be sidetracked, and we must maintain a clear perspective. Current developments on the battlefield in Ukraine must strengthen, and we must maintain a clear perspective. Current developments on the battlefield must strengthen our resolve to continue our support for Ukraine. These developments show that Ukraine is successfully defending itself. They show that our support is making a difference. Two factors are important for the continued success of our support. Firstly, we must continue to act in a coordinated, unified, and systematic way. Second, we must develop innovative ideas and creative approaches to meet the challenges. Dennis, my friends, you can count on Germany. We will continue and expand our support for Ukraine. With new contracts, Germany will provide additional support amounting to over 2 billion euros. This will include a Pearl package to totaling $500 million US. The package addresses a number of urgent requirements of Ukraine. It provides air defense systems, Patriot interceptors, radar systems, and precision-guided artillery, rockets, and ammunition. Thanks to Pete and our teams for engaging in intense talk to get this done. Transparency to our taxpayers, which includes fair pricing, remains key to our success. Thank you for doing everything you could do. We will continue to strengthen Ukraine's air defense with new contracts on the delivery of another 2 IRIS-T air defense systems, including a large number of guided missiles as well as shoulder-fired air defense missiles. We will supply high-end anti-tank weapons, communication devices, and modern handheld weapons. We will also launch a comprehensive project to modernize weapon systems already delivered to Ukraine and to extend their service lives. This ensures that the weapon systems we supply are adapted to changing battlefield realities and can continue to be used reliably and effectively by Ukraine's armed forces. At the same time, we will continue to expand cooperation between the German and Ukrainian defense industry. We will underscore this intent by concluding a memorandum of understanding on defense industry cooperation, which will be signed by Dennis and me following this UDCG meeting. Support measures like these will only take full effect if they consistently follow Ukraine's requirements and are coordinated with our partners. The UDCG will continue to play a crucial role in this. To ensure that it remains highly relevant, the UDCG needs to adapt. John and I have announced this in the summer. Over the past weeks, we have been working with Dennis and Mark to determine how to align the UDCG and its support architecture. The following is important to us: to strictly align our actions with Ukraine's needs, to have lean and efficient coordination processes, to combine urgent support to Ukraine's armed forces with long-term capability building, and to achieve greater coherence with NATO and its support measures. With these guiding principles, we ensure that Ukraine will receive the support that it needs to regain its freedom and peace and to maintain it in the long term for Ukraine and for Europe. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Boris. Thank you all for being here. We meet today as 50 nations in support of Ukraine. Thank you all for being here. We meet today as 50 nations committed to stand by and to support Ukraine. We meet today on what is day 1,329 of President Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, a war he thought he would win within a week. But we meet also today in a week which has seen a breakthrough peace plan signed in another terrible war, reminding us that even in the toughest times, that peace is possible. And Secretary Hegseth, I want to praise President Trump's essential leadership in securing that ceasefire in Gaza. That was peace secured through strength. And today, as we shift our focus back to the war in Ukraine, your presence here reminds us of President Trump's commitment also to secure peace in Ukraine. But until peace comes, Ukrainians, military and civilians alike, continue to fight with huge courage. Our determination must match their defiance. Our support must match Putin's escalation. And our role as members of this UDCG is to guarantee Ukraine's strength. In the 8 months since Boris and I jointly took over the leadership of this UDCG, this group has successfully secured pledges worth over £50 billion for military aid capabilities to Ukraine. And from today, as Boris has said, we can announce that the UDCG, that Ukraine and NATO will work even more closely together to respond to the challenge that Denis issued to us. Ukraine's request to better track, better coordinate, better deliver the support the Ukrainian warfighters need. And thank you, Mark, for your support for this initiative. But as we step up further, we must all deliver faster. This year, the UK is spending the highest ever level on military aid to Ukraine. And I can confirm that in the last 6 months alone, we've delivered over 85,000 drones into Ukraine. We've also signed a new industrial partnership with Ukraine, and that will see us rapidly develop new, improved interceptor drones, which we'll mass produce and then supply back into Ukraine in the thousands. And working with allies from Europe and beyond, the UK is also looking hard at how we support Ukraine through the important new Pearl mechanism. Finally, friends, this war was never about the fate of just one nation. President Putin's aggression is not confined to Ukraine. Drone incursions into Poland, violations of Estonia's airspace, election interference in Moldova. A secure Europe needs a strong Ukraine, and security for all our nations starts in Ukraine. So let's today reaffirm our purpose and our priorities. Support the fight today, secure the peace tomorrow, and stand ready to step up still further. Thank you all for attending this afternoon. With that, can I, on behalf of you all, welcome Denis to his first in-person UDCG meeting.
Thank you. Dear Boris, dear John, dear Pete, dear Mark, distinguished colleagues, friends, I'm grateful to all of you for being here today again and for staying with Ukraine through every challenge of this long and difficult war. Thank you. This is already the 31st meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and I thank you for such unity. Ukraine never wanted this war. We want peace, real peace, based on justice and international law. We appreciate all efforts or personal efforts of President Trump to bring Russia to the peace negotiations, but Russia still believes it can gain more influence with bombs. Every night our cities are under attack. That's why we need truly strong global pressure in response to Russia's choice to keep the war going. This brings me to key priorities for 2025 and 2026. Let me focus on the three main pillars: Pearl, Ukrainian-made drones and missiles, as well as extended-range artillery ammunition. And there is one very important issue, long-range missiles, which our partners have. The name of these missiles everyone knows, absolutely widely known. We ask about this too, to increase pressure on Russia economically and through the destroying their military infrastructure. First and foremost, the Pearl initiative. Some of you are already part of it. Thank you for this. It is important that others join too. Pearl for 2025 must be fully implemented. We count on your continued coordination and financing to ensure timely deliveries. Funding needs under the Pearl next year will reach $12 to $20 billion. If needed, we are ready to discuss coordination of this project. The next priority is Ukrainian-made drones and missiles. We needed more FPV, ISR, and other drones to hold the front line. We continue to emphasize an urgent funding needs of $4 billion. In 2026, we will be able to build up to 10 million drones if partners commit the necessary funding. These are cost-efficient, fast, and combat-proven solutions. At the same time, our deep strike drones and missiles help us respond asymmetrically to Russian strikes. And again, I will repeat, we also need to combine our deep strike drones with deep strike missiles from our partners, and I urge about this, and we ask for this type of support. According to our data, the enemy Gaza line deficit now is up to 20% of their needs. There are significant effects from our weapons. Our third priority is to increase our strike depths directly at the front line. We need more extended range artillery rounds. We once again welcome the initiative of joint procurement of artillery ammunition, but to achieve the greatest effects on the battlefield, it should focus on supplying this type of extended range munition. As Russia's air terror continues, we also urgently need additional interceptors this winter, including air defense systems and both surface-to-air and air-launched guided missiles for NASAMS, IRIS-T, and F-16 platforms. In September alone, they launched over 5,600 strike drones and more than 180 missiles, targeting our civilian infrastructure and people. Therefore, on the eve of winter, it is very critical to provide us with necessary equipment to repel such attacks. I would also like to add a few words on our overall defense needs for 2026. We estimate them at $120 billion. Ukraine will cover half, $60 billion, from our national resources. We are asking partners to join us in covering the other half. The most effective path to meet this need is for our European and non-European partners to dedicate no less than 0.25% of their GDP to military support for Ukraine. If the $60 billion target is out of reach for Europe, for non-European partners, then the only remaining solution is a loan backed by frozen Russian assets, so it can be used to fund Ukraine's armed forces and their requirements. Why does this matter for all of us? Because together we are moving toward a new European defense architecture, and Ukraine's army today is the most experienced and capable in Europe. The technologies we are developing now, drones, interceptors, long-range strike systems, will strengthen Europe's resilience for decades. Colleagues, it would be a mistake to believe that peace is already near. The war continues every day in our strikes and in our land. But now, in the moment to bring peace closer, through unity and strength, I would like to thank you all, thanks to my colleagues, John, Pete, Boris, Mark. Thank you to each of you for your personal efforts, for your contributions of your nations, for our mutual unity, for strengthening of our nations in face of this aggression. Let us act together with resolve and without delay. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Pete, you have it.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, Secretary General Rutte, Ministers of Defense, might I suggest Ministers of War, from around the world, we gather at a very important moment. Over the past few months, European investment in defense for Ukraine has increased significantly. Now, of course, the United States will do our part, but Europeans must continue to take primary responsibility for the conventional defense of the continent. Now, as we have before, we're going to continue to constructively remind our allies of all of our Article 3 obligations. Article 3 of NATO states, by means of continuous and effective self-help and mutual aid, allies will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. Today, and thanks to President Trump's efforts since the first term, we are seeing in real time allies taking this obligation seriously, including in Ukraine. A key mechanism to forge peace in Ukraine, as has been mentioned, is NATO's Priority Ukraine Requirements List, or PEARL, funding initiative. For those watching and not familiar, PEARL is how we supply weapons to Ukraine. Basically, Europe pays, the U.S. provides NATO fields. The best equipment in the world from the United States to Ukraine, paid for by European allies. General Grinkowicz, our Supreme Allied Commander, the right guy at the right time, validates the assistance Ukraine requests through the PEARL initiative. And then our team within the War Department assesses those requests. It's a rigorous process and so far has been effective. As a result, NATO allies have committed more than $2 billion in security assistance to Ukraine through the NATO PEARL initiative since August. Now, allies often say that Ukraine's security is synonymous with European security. Well, now then, therefore, is the time for all NATO countries to turn words into action in the form of PEARL investments. All countries around this table, no free riders. And I certainly appreciate Secretary Rutte's leadership in this important effort, and all the nations today that we've heard step up. Many more commitments just today to that PEARL initiative, which sends an incredible signal to the world about the commitment. I want to commend allies such as Germany and Poland for their efforts in meeting their 5% commitment, which is being invested in fielding combat-credible forces. I could name a lot of other countries as well, the Baltics and Nordics, that have done likewise, and we are grateful. All countries need to translate goals into guns, commitments into capabilities, and pledges into power. That's all that matters, hard power. It's the only thing belligerents actually respect. Your continued investment and leadership are vital to helping Ukraine defend itself and to bring an end to this conflict. Peace through strength. Now, Europe's political leaders have also endorsed military planning for the coalition of the willing by establishing an operational headquarters and committing personnel to that multinational force. Should a peace arrangement be reached, European leaders are sending a clear message to Russia. Now is the time to end this tragic war, stop the needless bloodshed, and come to the peace table. Now, if this war does not end, if there is no path to peace in the short term, then the United States, along with our allies, will take the steps necessary to impose costs on Russia for its continued aggression. If we must take this step, the U.S. War Department stands ready to do our part in ways that only the United States can do. We remain clear-eyed about the fact that the most effective deterrents to Russian aggression are, number one, a lethal, capable, and European-led NATO, and number two, a combat-credible Ukrainian military able to defend itself and thereby continue to deter Russian aggression along NATO's border. Again, peace through strength. Under President Trump's steadfast leadership, and in particular with our European allies, we're going to bring an end to the war in Ukraine. The war must end. Like we saw him do in Gaza and in the Middle East, President Trump knows how to forge peace, to create opportunities in situations, in scenarios where peace seems far off. He and he alone has the ability to do that. This is not a war that started on President Trump's watch, but it will end on his watch. So let us seize this moment, strongly forge peace in Ukraine, and let's bring peace through strength. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, dear Secretary of State Healy, Minister Pistorius, Secretary of War Hexet, Minister Schmihal, dear colleagues. Welcome back to NATO headquarters here in Brussels. And John and Boris, thank you again for your leadership. Since its inception, the UDCG has been the backbone of our collective support for Ukraine. This body and the equipment it delivers to the battlefield are a clear demonstration of the international community's support for Ukraine. I've discussed with Secretary Healy and Minister Pistorius how NATO can best help the UDCG, and NATO staff will provide all necessary support. We will assist across the board, from hosting meetings such as this one to providing the best data and analysis available. And together with Ukraine, the UK, Germany, and with your support, we will make the UDCG more effective at delivering what Ukraine needs. So I look forward to working with all of you to ensure our support for Ukraine is as predictable and as impactful as possible. And we all have a role to play here. NATO allies have committed to increase our defense spending and support to Ukraine, and we know that the support to Ukraine itself, by the way, will count to that defense spending. And I'm particularly focused here on Pearl. Secretary Hexet was also speaking about it, and others. Because this is the mechanism that supplies US weapons, both lethal and non-lethal, to Ukraine, paid for by NATO allies. And I hope we can announce further significant contributions today, building on the successful meeting of defense ministers this morning. I want to commend President Trump's leadership here. He has been clear-eyed from day one when he came into office that he wants to end this war. He has been successful in Gaza. It was really staggering what happened this week and the week before under his leadership. And I want to thank you, Pete, for the leadership you are providing from the Pentagon to make all of this possible and to support this program. It is really critical. In getting Ukraine the weapons it really needs quickly and at scale. It will enable Ukraine to protect its people and hold the front line. And again, I'm so happy for the US to keep that supply going and for the allies that have contributed in the financial sense. Ultimately, strengthening Ukraine today and putting them in the best possible negotiating position tomorrow, let's hope that that day comes soon, that they will sit at one table. This is all in our collective interest. And the outcome of this war will therefore impact us all, be it directly or indirectly, whether we like it or not. So please do all that you can. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
So thank you, ministers. Thank you, Secretary General. May I now ask the press to leave the room, please.